Sangadara. Welcome to people on Zoom, YouTube, or those two. Welcome to people in the room. So we're going to begin. Well, I'm just here to welcome you all, and we'll start with salute in the shrine. Let's start with salute in the shrine, and I'll tell you what happens next. So just take a moment to not do it in automatic. Feel your feet on the ground, your head to the sky, facing the Buddha, your ideals. When you hold yourself, be present. Namo Buddhaya.
Namo Buddhaya.
Namo Dhammaya.
Namo Dhammaya.
Namo Sanghaya.
Namo Sanghaya.
Namo Namah.
Namo Namah.
Om.
Om.
Hum.
Om.
Well, welcome to Buddha Day. We've got a rich program. We'll begin with a meditation by Dayanandi, a local public preceptor. She's going to lead us through she's probably going to tell you, a meditation recollecting the Buddha. And then we'll go into an exploration of the Buddha, the place of awakening from three different angles, beginning with the historical place, Bodh Gaya, by Jyoti. Then I'll talk about the place in a more mythical, poetic way. Then later we'll talk about our center and Sangha belief and our relationship with Buddha, something like that. And then we'll finish with a puja. But that's all I'd say for now. I'll just pass on to Diana.
Thank you, Sangadara. Can you hear me okay? I'm lacking everywhere. And hello on Zoom or YouTube or whatever it is.
YouTube.
Happy Buddha Day. Happy Day of the Enlightenment to the Buddha. I think the birth of the Buddha is also celebrated strangely on the same day, but maybe there are different sorts of births. The awakening birth and the human birth, all celebrated together. And thank you, Sangadara, because Sangadara has created this fantastic shrine. Did you do it on your own, Sangadara? A bit of help, maybe. It's very, very good with foliage. If you see Sangadara in the community, fantastic arrangements of plants, really lovely. Anyway, so it fits in really well with the meditation we're going to have, because I thought I'd lead us in a bit of a visualization, imaginative journey into the land of the Buddha, and he's going to be, as you'll see, in the forest. We're going to meet the Buddha. So this is about a 20-minute meditation. Before Jyoti, he's going to introduce the Vajrasana, the actual place of Buddha's enlightenment. But we're going to meet the Buddha as he was in India. He was an actual human being, which is sometimes hard to remember. He didn't start off as a Buddha. He sort of started off as someone like you and me, and he didn't have the benefit of going to a Buddhist center. He actually he left home and tried to work out for himself, like, how do I awaken? And after many years of struggle, including all sorts of wrong directions, he sort of found a way that actually was progressive and led to freedom, and that's what was really, really wonderful. and yet he was obviously a very impressive human being to meet. I want to get us to get that sense of being in his presence if we can in the meditation. So I invite us all to just gently shut our eyes, close our eyes if we're comfortable doing that, and get comfortable with meditation. Get to a really relaxed position where you can just let go and feeling the ground beneath our feet, our legs, our backside on the chair or the cushion, however we're sitting. Or lying down, even if we're at home and not that well, let's just let ourselves feel that connection with the earth, the ground. Maybe taking a deeper breath or two, just to relax the shoulders as we breathe out. Ourselves just to let go of maybe conversations we've had, any thoughts from the past at all, don't need to be here. But wherever we are, even if we're not in the room right now, we can perhaps still get a sense of being together as a Sangha, celebrate the Buddha's enlightenment. Just briefly relaxing the body a bit more, maybe relaxing the legs, noticing if we're holding on to the legs. Completely letting go. Muscles around the buttocks or the base of the spine. Just letting our seat support us. To relax into letting our spine lift up in its natural way, as if it's been just held up by a thread from the crown of the head. Opening into the blue sky, open dimension around us. And just breathing naturally. Seeing with warmth around our hearts, warmth of our body. Breathing in that warmth, breathing out that warmth. Knowing that we are sons and daughters of the Buddha, our children of the Buddha. Following the footsteps of the Buddha's enlightenment. I want to lead us on a bit of an imaginary journey, so if you'd like to join me in that, just letting go of being anywhere in particular. Just being present in yourself with others here. And in our mind's eye, our imagination, we're going to take ourselves back to the time of the Buddha. 2,500 years ago or so, the land of the Buddha. Dry and sunny, just like it is here, perhaps even more so. And we have Buddha villages, one of the very isolated villages in northern India. It's pretty hot. And there's a big mango grove at the edge of the village where we often go to get in the shade. Apparently mango trees are very beautiful, luscious trees. We decide to wander off to the mango grove. It's so hot. We're going to go and sit in the shelter of the tree. With some friends, maybe with our family. Make our way to the mango grove. Notice that quite a few other people are doing the same thing. The whole group of us actually on the way to the mango grove. Eventually we arrive there and we find like half the village is in the mango grove. And they're all sort of sitting around a particularly big mango tree. Sitting quite quietly, unusually quietly, really, for our village. Really quiet. And we walk into the shade of that mango tree and we're just struck by something very different. A very, very sort of stunningly quiet atmosphere. And peering into the darkness beneath the tree, there's a very shady area. Something is glowing from the base of the tree. And there's a human figure sitting under the tree. And there's a sort of radiance coming from that figure. He's just sitting very, very quietly, calmly. And there's something very attractive about him. It's a youngish man, maybe he's in his 30s, I'm not quite sure. He's got dark hair, and he's wearing sort of really ragged cloths around him, but his skin seems to shine like gold. Really radiant. And his face, there's something about his face. It's got no lines of tension. You can see that it's a face that's experienced a lot. We sit down, we take our seat alongside our friends in the village and just wait. We're wondering, what's going to happen next? Will the Buddha say something? We realize it is a holy man, and we have heard of the Buddha. This must be the Buddha. We've heard he's in the area, and he's come to visit our village. How auspicious, how wonderful. He begins to speak. He says a few words. We lean forward to try and catch them. He's speaking quite quietly, but somehow the words do flow across the warm air towards us. He's saying that our whole experience comes from our minds. It's due to our mental states. Our experience comes from that.
Everything we say, he says, everything we say when we speak with a mind that's, fueled by distraction or enmity, or we're wanting something, it's got craving in it. Whenever we speak or act in that way, we suffer. It brings suffering. That seems very simple. And he says also, when we speak or act with a mind that's full of love and kindness, generosity, and also clarity, that brings joy, that brings freedom. So different, those two experiences. And that's all he says. But then he says, oh, it's just automatic. It's like if you have a pony cart and the cart is being drawn along by the pony, the wheels just follow the horse, the pony, automatically. It's just like that if you speak with kindness, happiness follows, joy follows. If you speak with enmity, unhappiness follows. It's just like the automatic thing of a wheel following behind the horse drawing the cart. We totally see it, actually. We really see that. We really understand it. Just sinks in. And that's all he says. His eyes close. He seems to sort of radiate with an even deeper serenity now. Very, very deep calm. And a very, very deep love. It feels as though he has love for each and every one of us. And it's flowing from him, flowing from this quite sort of thin body really, but it's just full of joy and love. And as we sit there, a wave of peace flows over us. A wave of peace flows into us. We bathe in that peacefulness. Opening our hearts to that sense of peace and serenity. And then it's as though a wave of joy flows over us. Our hearts are full of joy, suffused in joy. Right to the tips of our toes, we feel full of that joy. In the presence of the Buddha, his radiance. And then a wave of freedom flows over and around us. We feel like we're swimming in freedom. Our hearts are just free. We just let go completely of all our cares. that if we're with the Buddha, we know what to do. If we speak or act with a kind, skillful, generous mind, a clear mind, then joy will follow. Time passes. We don't know how much time passes. And then gradually, something seems to come to an end. And we begin to have a sense of ourselves with our villagers, our family around us, our friends, under that mango tree, in that mango grove. And as we gently open our eyes, we just see the tree. Somehow the Buddha has gone to his feet and walked very quietly, very softly away. And we very quietly and calmly stand up, go back to our homes with a new appreciation, a sense of connectedness really with our village from that experience with the Buddha, and a new sense of purpose maybe in our lives. So gently bringing the meditation to a close. But perhaps not losing that sense of stillness, our experience under the mango tree can stay with us.
you, Dayanandi, for the meditation. Now we'll just take a few minutes to set up for the presentation. So I recommend you to stay in meditative mode, basically not too chatty. We'll begin very shortly. Yeah? Well, we probably have a couple of 2 to 5 minutes if you need to go to the toilet or something.
Okay, if we are all ready. Excuse me. Hot on the heels of that beautiful evocation of the Buddha in the mango grove and us with him, drawing nearer to him, let me take you to a place far, far away, in a foreign land, where a man a long, long time ago sat down and made a vow. The man was Siddhartha Gautama, of course, and he vowed to remain in place at this place until he gained enlightenment, even if it meant the end of his life before that goal was reached. Okay. This place is situated in northeast India. I've prepared a few prompts for you. So, Bihar, the state where Bodh Gaya is situated, is in the northeast of India, in the top right-hand corner. I've outlined it very briefly. Unfortunately, there's lots of trees in the way, so you might need to. But northeast India, just think of that. And the north, at the top of that slide, there's a city called Patna, which is the capital of Bihar. And Bodh Gaya is about 100 kilometers south of that, where the couple of bookmarks are situated. Yeah. And this is the area of the present Bodh Gaya. As you may notice, the on The Mahabodhi temple, which I'm going to be talking about, is situated on the left hand of the river, left shore of the river. And on the right hand side, there's a village called Sujata. And that's important in Buddha's lifetime, in his story. Because when he had done with all his asceticism, when he had done with all his fasting and his self-torture and whatever he got up to in those days, he decided that that was not the way, that was the way, basically where he was going to die. And he decided to have some proper food, nourish himself, and try something else. And Sujata, after whom this village is named, was the person who offered him some food and sustenance to begin with. Sujata was, I think, a daughter of a cowherd. Okay, start again with. Did you get the bit from Sujata offering? Oh, good. After that, Buddha proceeded to the left bank of the river, where the Mahabodhi temple is, and sat down and made that vow to reach enlightenment or die in the process. Yeah. Long story short, he gained enlightenment. He broke through, and he found what he was set out to find. Something that no one else in the recorded history so far had discovered. So, stepping into the compound of the Mahabodhi temple is like leaving the modern world behind really completely. You enter a kind of timeless dimension. And this is the step where you see the Mahabodhi temple first time, and you just feel like bowing. Quite naturally, you see this place where the Buddha was, where he lived some part of his life, the place where he used to meditate, like we've just done, where he pursued his quest for enlightenment. And to think that, yeah, you're there, where the Buddha used to be. You're walking on the ground where he used to walk. You're doing things, seeing things that he maybe saw. That is a very interesting, emotional and profound experience to have. Yeah? And this is the place, of course, where you can draw nearer to the historical Buddha than anywhere else in the world. So, and the continual stream of visitors coming to the place creates a really, really tangible atmosphere of just reverence. It's uplifting. It's a fantastic place to be. Everyone's helpful. Everyone's there to do just one thing, I think, and is to pay respects to the Buddha, or maybe do a bit of sightseeing. Yeah. But as a consequence of that, everyone seems to be on the same page. And people are helpful if need be. They are invariably curious about you. So, because you're a white person coming from the West, they come to you and talk to you and want to know about you. It's very, very lovely. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the Enlightenment itself. Traditionally, it comes in 7 stages, and in the Mahabodhi temple it's been marked by different kind of plaques like that. They're a bit like the stations of the cross in Catholicism, in a sense that they are meant to be prompts for meditation and reflection. And there's no blood involved and there's no suffering involved, so it's all positive. Yeah. Okay. So I'll talk about those a little bit more. Then I'll talk about the Bodh Gaya and the Mahabodhi temple itself. Then I'll talk a little bit about what we did there during our convention. And then a little bit about history. Hopefully it won't take much more than half an hour. Okay. So the Buddha's enlightenment, and this story is, shall we say, legendary. It doesn't all hang together time-wise. But I'll take you through it and you can judge for yourselves. You probably know much of it yourself, so this is all familiar stuff. So after the Buddha's enlightenment first experience on the full moon day of May, that long, long time ago, in that far, far place, the full moon day probably is tomorrow, I think, so we're near. We are very close. So the Buddha sat what he called afterwards as the unconquered throne. And he thought to himself, in order to win this unconquered throne, I have moved from one birth to another over immeasurable periods of 100,000 eons, fulfilling the 10 perfections several times over. In order to possess this unconquered throne, many a time have I cut off and given away my ornamented head. Many a time have I taken out and given away my 2 eyes and my heart. Many a time have I given away my son, my daughter, and my wife to those who ask for them as slaves. This is the throne on which I have completely overcome the 5-fold Mara. While remaining on this seat, all my wishes, including the one to become a Buddha, have been fulfilled. I will not get up yet from this throne to which I owe so much. So we know that after his enlightenment, Buddha went through his previous lifetimes. He had the ability to see what had happened before. And this is just a condensed version of that. He could see quite clearly that the actions that had led him to this point and the actions that had maybe held him back in the past. And he also enjoyed in the bliss of emancipation. So if you ever experience bliss in your life, or any moment, imagine having a complete bliss over a week. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? And he just dwelled in this sort of sense of relaxation and release from his earthly bonds, as it were. At this time, during the first week, he also contemplated the doctrine of dependent origination, which is the 12 nidanas outside the wheel of life. I hope you're familiar with the wheel of life. The 12 nidanas there explain how the mind works, how the causal process works. So he saw that from ignorance, various kind of volitions, wholesome and unwholesome, rise. From there, certain kind of consciousness arises. Name and form come to being, 6 senses, contact with the world, craving, grasping, all that stuff, going all the way to old age and death. And he just sort of firmed in his mind that process. It was new to him, and he had newly seen him, so he had to think about it, or let it form itself over that week. And at the end he uttered these verses, these famous verses from Udana. When the nature of things becomes really manifest to the ardent meditating Brahmana, then all his doubts disappear, since he knows the nature of a thing and its cause. Since the destruction of causes has been understood, and he dwells dispelling Mara's army, as the sun dwells lighting up the firmament. So good result from the first week. Second week is called the week of unblinking gaze. This is a bit strange. There's not much material about it, and all I can think of is that when you're meditating, sometimes you get absorbed quite deeply. You get quite in there, you're with yourself quite fully. And when you open your eyes, at least for me sometimes it happens that I don't necessarily find anything interesting out there. I'm not looking at anything. Nothing catches my attention. So I'm just kind of opening my eyes, but I'm not looking at anything. So I think that was possibly to some extent his state where he just felt so in touch with himself, so absorbed in his own experience, that the unblinkingness meant really that he didn't really feel attracted to anything particular outside himself. And he still experienced the bliss of emancipation, second week, 2 weeks going, fantastic. And he reflected that I have indeed achieved enlightenment at this point. On the third week, it is said that some local deities built him a dual walkway. This is the place. They built him a dual walkway where he could meditate while walking, and he walked up and down. And what marks it is what's been marked down on the ground is those very old lotus flowers, which just represent his footsteps. Yeah. Okay. So he was still enjoying the full bliss of emancipation. He was reflecting on the Dhamma and absorbed in the fruit of enlightenment. The fourth week, it says that the local deities had built him a treasure house. It's not there anymore, unfortunately. We can't see it. But at that point, he was meditating in that, and he saw that all humans, all deities, could attain the attainment that he had attained, the enlightenment, by establishing themselves in ethics, meditation, and wisdom. So during that fourth week, he was dwelling on that particular teaching. And something a little bit legendary happened. It said that he achieved this sort of sense of rapture in his mind, which cleared his blood, which cleared his skin, and he radiated light on all directions and throughout the world. And this may be legendary, but you could imagine enlightenment maturing to such an extent and to such a degree that you actually radiate visible light. Be that as it may, the fifth week he moved on to under a banyan tree, which is one of those big trees with hanging root type things. And a couple of things happened here. A Brahmin came along and said, "You're a holy man, you tell me what this holiness is consisting in, because I'm a Brahmin and I'm holy by birth, so what's your credentials, as it were?" And because the Buddha saw that he wasn't very open to any particular teaching like the Four Noble Truths, he just told him that it is by your own actions that you become a holy person, not by birth. Nobody can be born as a holy person. Only by acting and acting in a certain way, acting in an appropriate way, you purify yourself and you become a Buddha. And the Brahman went away slightly disgruntled, I think. Also, the timeline begins to be a bit funny here, because Mara is supposed to have turned up at this point, and around Bodh Gaya, around the Mahabodhi temple, there's this relief sculpture about Buddha's lifetime. Yeah, his main events in his lifetime, are depicted there, and this is what it looks like. And it has, for example, he's leaving home. On the left hand you can see him going out of the door, and his wife and child are happily sleeping in the bed. So he left at night time without telling anyone, because he wanted to go without encumbrance. He saddled his horse and he rode away. And after much practice and after much hardship, he came to this place, and at the end of his effort to gain enlightenment, Mara attacked him with all he had in his power. Mara is the sort of tempter of Buddhism. He wanted to keep the Buddha in this realm where he rules and didn't want him to escape. So you can see lots of weapons, lots of attractive dancing girls, and people with clubs and things who are very threatening. But at the end of all that, and when Mara had given up, he the Buddha said these verses. He said, "In whom there's no craving to lead him anywhere at all, awakened his pasture endless and pathless, by what path will you lead him astray?" So he was saying, that is useless. I'm beyond that. Don't bother. Go away. The traditional way of dealing with Mara. There's a little vignette, nice little vignette afterwards, where Mara is thinking, and he says, "Though I have all along followed the Buddha to find fault with him, yet I could not find even the slightest amount of wrongdoing which is worthy of blame. Now this prince Siddhartha has escaped from my domain in the three worlds." Thus he brooded and was so dejected that he sat, squatting alone on the main road, not far from the Buddha, and scratched lines on the ground. So poor Mara, he was really disheartened. It makes you feel for him, doesn't it? Or her, as the case may be. Okay. Another week, another tree, and this is the 6th week, and the tree is the Muchalinda tree. Very well-known story about a storm that broke out for 7 days, and how the serpent king Muchalinda came out, wrapped himself around the Buddha to protect him from the storm, and the Buddha just enjoyed his bliss of liberation inside a snake, as it were. Yeah. And on the 7th week, it seems he moved on to another tree and kept meditating there and enjoying the sort of fullness and the bliss of his meditation and enlightenment. Okay, so in this way 49 days had gone, and 2 merchants were passing by, and for some reason their carts got stuck nearby where the Buddha was, and they decided to go and offer him some honey and some rice cakes. They had rice cakes in India, those things that you have in retreat centers. So the Buddha accepted the offering, and he accepted them as his disciples. So they went for refuge to the Buddha and the Dharma, because the Sangha was not there yet. And these are the only 2 people who went to refuge to those 2 things. Yeah. Okay, after these 49 weeks, I think he was clear in his mind what had happened, and he went to find his 5 erstwhile companions who had abandoned him after he started eating food and going soft. So he traveled to Saranath, which is about 250 kilometers away, so several days walking, and started his, shall we call it, ministry. Started spreading his teaching to these 5 ascetics. And that's the story of the 7 weeks of the Buddha in Mahabodhi, in that place. What do you see in Bodh Gaya when you go there? You see the Mahabodhi temple, and you see the entrance, and you see lots of garlands. You see flowers everywhere. it's such a place of reverence and respect that people just keep producing these things. They're everywhere, absolutely everywhere. This is the entrance to the main temple, and it's quite simple inside. A simple shrine, a simple rupa of a Buddha. And you can go in there, pay your respects, and come back. There's a continuous flow of people going in and out. So there's no question of you sitting down and meditating there or anything like that. No, no, no. You can do that outside, and it's just as good. Around the place, you can see little shrines built by various people at various times. Who knows how old they are? They may have been there for a very long time. But still, candles are lit, garlands are hung on them, and respect is shown to them. It's a very, very special place. And you're kind of astonished how much of it is there. Wherever you walk, you see this kind of scene. Another little shrine with age-old stupa standing on top. And more garlands. You can see by this is just really tiny part of it. One morning when we were meditating there, just out of nowhere, we don't know where it came from, there was no sound, but the stupas we were meditating nearby were garlanded. And when you opened your eyes, you'll see this rather heavenly vision of flowers covering an age-old stupa. And nobody knew how it happened. I tried to find out. So again, lots of respect, lots of walking around the Mahabodhi temple. There's a walkway where you can circumambulate in a traditional way the whole temple. And people just are overcome by emotion, reverence, that kind of thing. And there's a lake next to the Mahabodhi temple, which is called the Muchalinda Lake, and there's a shrine to the Snake King, under whose hood Buddha is meditating there. This is not really the Muchalinda Lake. This is the clay pit, where when they restored the Mahabodhi temple, they dug the clay for the bricks from here. It formed a lake. I suppose it's convenient. It's nearby, and, it's a Muchalinda Lake. That's what it's called. And it's full of prayer flags, again, another site that's everywhere. The structure itself is a bit strange. It's not a stupa, strictly speaking, because stupa is a funerary monument, but it's more like a sort of pyramid. And on the 6th century, I think, about 600, when the Chinese pilgrim Xuanzang was traveling in India, he went to Bodh Gaya, and he said that all those niches in this structure were filled with golden Buddhas. So you can imagine the kind of impact that would have had. From my travels elsewhere in India, I know colour and rupas are a very big deal historically, going all the way back to very, very early Buddhist times. And it's no kind of stretch to imagine that there were lots of colour on this structure. Just like the Greek, ancient Greek statues that we see these days are white marble, but actually they were painted originally in a very lifelike colours. Same must have happened here. And then there's those weird polygonal structures in front of on the facade, and I haven't managed to find anything about them. I'm quite into geometry, so I'd like to know what they're about, but I haven't found any explanation to the shapes of them. And a bit of a closer look, there's some very interesting green men type figures and motifs on the edge, on the corner. And there's also something that looks deceptively like gears in the corner, those kind of cogs, that thing. There's one on the top of the stupa as well, so it makes you think, where did that come on? Where did that come from, and what is the meaning of it? I don't know. Sorry. Okay, and maybe this gives a bit more of an idea of what Xuanzang saw all those years ago, with niches filled up with golden Buddhas. and this gives a bit more of an idea of what the whole structure would have looked like, perhaps. And then there's the Bodhi tree, the original, said to be a descendant of the original Bodhi tree, and it's vast. They've let it grow, and they put these metal supports to support the branches, and you can just sit under a Bodhi tree and meditate just like the Buddha did. Great stuff. So what we did in the Mahabodhi temple during the convention, which happened in January this year, every morning we gathered together and we proceeded in a big procession to the Mahabodhi temple through the streets of Bodh Gaya, and we meditated there for a couple of hours. It was quite a sight to see hundreds of blue-shirted Dhammacharis and Dhammacharinis moving through Bodh Gaya, and I think we made a bit of an impression. And luckily for us, you see at the bottom there's a large shrine being built, the one that's lit up. There was some Tibetan dignitaries due to arrive after us, and they had already built the shrine there, so we just used that shrine. It's great. It's allowed, by the way. So. Okay, so we gathered there in the morning, and in the evening we did pujas, and the emphasis on the pujas was internationality, so we did them in many languages, in Hindi, in Spanish. Me and Chittadhara, my brother, got to say a little bit in Finnish, which was really nice, and there were many other languages involved. And the shrine was really rather splendid. And it's quite magical just sitting under those trees in the night, just cooling down, calming down, sitting down, meditating, and getting a sort of sense of the place, and for a moment at least inhabiting the sort of place and maybe a space where Buddha used to be. And you see all sorts of people when you go to the Mahabodhi temple. There's some real characters. These are Indian Dhammacharis. You see Indians, you see Westerners, you may see some familiar faces. And the place is open to all, really. It's completely open to anyone to go. These are Theravadin monks practicing in the morning. And it was quite fun walking on that walkway, which is next to the temple. When you could hear them chanting, you could actually join in, because they were usually doing Tirata Bandhana or precepts or something like that. You could briefly take part. Great. More familiar faces. And yeah, our brothers and sisters, we took over the Mahabodhi temple at times in a very, very good way. That's from some years ago, yeah. But it's still valid. It's a timeless place. Hey. Yeah. And yes, it's open to everyone. And on the right you have some Bhutanese pilgrims, and on the left you have some Triratna pilgrims from, I think, USA and Canada. And the light show on the Mahabodhi temple is pretty psychedelic sometimes, so it's almost disturbing these days. Yeah. A little bit of history, just a bit. This is the difference between the state of the temple when it was found in the mid-1800s, it was dug up, and the restoration that happened in the 1880s by Alexander Cunningham on behalf of the Archaeological Survey of India. So it's been restored to a pretty good state. Say what you like about colonialism and Brits, they did some good things. Yeah. And this is the Vajrasana which Alexander Cunningham unearthed in his excavations. And this Vajrasana is said to have been built by Ashoka on the 3rd century before Common Era. Long time ago. And there's no definitive proof of it, but might as well be. And yes, of course the Buddha sat under a tree and probably on a pail of hay, which didn't really constitute a shrine, but this shrine was built, this throne was built after that. Okay, and the mystery continues. What I'd really hope from this talk and the whole day is for you to, at some point, go back, go to India, see it for yourself. It's an absolutely magical place. I highly recommend you go there and experience some of the things that the Buddha experienced. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Srijati. That was, it was great to see Bodh Gaya again. I caught this in India. I'm glad to say that I still fit in it, just about. Anyway, we're going to have a bit of a break at the moment, so we'll take just about 20 minutes. So get back here to start at, is that right? Yeah. So yeah, just 10 to 5 to 12. We'll be offering a talk and reflection period before lunch. Okay? So 5 to 12. 5 to 12 start, okay? So thank you guys.
Great, so welcome back, or welcome for the first time if you just arrived. Welcome to Buddha Day. Someone says a Buddha Day is like a Buddhist Christmas. So this is our Buddhist tree, a Buddha Day tree. So yeah, first things Lokeshvara and any other help you got from to get the branches. That was great. If I'd tried to source these ones from the northern quarter, I would have taken away all the greenery around. So yeah, so welcome. You need to keep remember why are we here? What are we celebrating? Now we're celebrating the Buddha and his awakening, and what that represents for us 2,500 years later. What represents for the history of humanity and the evolution of consciousness. So I'll be trying to evoke that significance. And yes, as Tirajyoti mentioned this morning, or earlier this morning, we're still in the morning, well, the Buddha, what Gautama, before attaining awakening, he said, I am willing to do this. I'm going to sit here until I completely wake up, until I've gone beyond all conditioned existence. He said, because to strive, to search for truth or for satisfaction, for permanence, for freedom in other things that were conditioned was obviously a failed attempt. So he had to break through conditionality to the point of how he said, I'll be here and I'll do it, even if it means that my blood dries up, even if it means I die. So it's quite interesting to begin with that you need that determination of leaving all behind, even life. Yeah, I'll leave that as strong and weird as that sounds for the moment. So the place of determination where he had to be present, place himself, sit, was on the Vajrasana. Sana means, I think it means position. What does it mean for the yogis? It means like place, the asanas. And the Vajra, Vajra is that symbol that is on the Buddha's left-hand side today, if you hadn't noticed it. And to explain a bit of the meaning of the Vajra, because the Buddha attained awakening was in the Vajrasana. So to begin exploring this symbol, I'd invite my teacher, Urgyen Sangrashta, who this year we are marking and celebrating his 100 years. So I'll let him explain a bit the significance of the Vajra. Bhante?
First of all, just a few words about taking the image, the symbol of the Vajra is peculiar to Tantric Buddhism. But we do find, nevertheless, important anticipations of this image much earlier on in Buddhism. I'm going to deal very briefly with just 2 or 3 of them, because they'll give us some idea of some of the early symbolical associations that the Tantric Vajra image or Vajra symbol came to assimilate. First of all, Vajrasana. Vajrasana, or Vajrasana. We find references to this from very early times indeed. Vajrasana means diamond seat. Sometimes rendered diamond throne. So what is this diamond throne, this Vajrasana? To understand this, we have to go back a little, back to the biography of the Buddha, back to the Buddha's enlightenment. We know that the Buddha gained enlightenment, became the Buddha, awoke to reality at the age of 35 at a place now known as Bodh Gaya in the state of Bihar. And according to tradition, the Buddha gained enlightenment, awoke to the truth, sitting at the foot of a great peepal tree. And the spot on which he sat, the spot at the foot of that great peepal tree, came to be known quite early in the history of Buddhism as the diamond throne of Vajrasana. As a matter of fact, Tibetan Buddhists, you will find, still refer to Bodh Gaya as Dorje Den, which means simply Vajrasana in Tibetan. Now, why was this? Why was the spot on which the Buddha sat when he gained enlightenment known as, or termed, the diamond throne? Well, we are told, according to tradition, that it was so called because all the previous Buddhas in previous world cycles had sat there and gained enlightenment. But one might well ask the further question, well, why had they even sat there? Why not on some other spot? What started this whole tradition? What was the basis of it? What was the foundation of it? And to understand this, we have to go a little into traditional Buddhist cosmology. Not one of the most popular aspects of Buddhism, but one which, for some people at least, can be quite fascinating. We know that in Buddhism, there's no such concept as a personal God, a supreme being, which means that there's no such thing as a creator. And because there's no creator, obviously there's no act of creation. So the question arises, well, how, according to Buddhism, did the universe come into existence? If it wasn't created by God, because there is no God, well, how did it come about? How did it happen? The Buddhist teaching, of course, is that the universe evolved. Evolved over a vast period of time, over millions upon millions upon millions of years, or eons even. I've no time for details, but when we can begin to understand what is happening, there is, as it were at first, throughout the whole of what we know as our universe, a sort of what the texts call a fire mist. A fire mist, a thin fire mist diffused in all directions, is possibly what we would call now a sort of vast mass of incandescent gas. And we are told that after millions of years had gone by, this fire mist, this vast mass of incandescent gas, started cooling, started condensing, started solidifying. And in it, there was one spot, one place, where it started cooling, started condensing, started solidifying. And this point where that whole process started subsequently became the central point, the spiritual axis of the whole world. It was the first point, we are told, to emerge at the beginning of the cosmic process, and it will be the last to disappear at the end of the cosmic process. And it's seated on this spot, we are told, that the Buddha, a Buddha, any Buddha in this world system, gains enlightenment. This is what became the diamond seat or the diamond throne. Now from this, from this little excursus into traditional Buddhist cosmology, which has also, we can clearly see, symbolical overtones, the Vajra is associated with the symbolism of the central point. And this symbolism of the central point is, of course, a whole subject in itself. The Vajra, therefore, is suggestive of centrality, suggestive of axiality, of stability, of imperturbability.
Thank you, Bhante. So where Gautama had to sit in order to see through conditioned existence, what's at the center of the universe. So you have both the Vajrasana that sits also in between, or the core of the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree also, well, the tree of life, the tree of the people, is also a rich symbol, a universal symbol. In a lot of traditions, the tree of life, and I think, one of the tree of lives, I think from a more pagan tradition, which you also have downstairs at Hinterland, plug number 1. I should not planning to plug Hinterland. But you have the Vajrasana right at the core of the tree of life, which in a lot of distract myself. Which in a lot of traditions is served to map the world, both the underworld and the skies. But it's not. Anyway, we'll probably try to explore what it means to happen at the heart of it and see through this world. So, yeah, if you have some knowledge and connection with the tree of life, also bring that in. So yeah, I'm quite interested in the point of awakening by our Buddha Gautama Shakyamuni, marking a definite spot, a definite position in the history of evolution of consciousness. So we have this image of that everything that exists has emerged from this point. And also in Buddhist tradition, we have the 6 elements. So we have, well, in this image that Bhante evoked, we have this big expansion of heat that eventually starts cooling. And within that, we start noticing characteristics. So all this happens perhaps within space or within emptiness. Where one was empty space, pure of potentiality, this starts happening. And in what we experience or see to be matter at different solidities and densities, both what's more solid, liquid, what's air, heat, all that starts to diversify, starts cooling down. And consciousness finds expression through life, through more complex organisms. Us being a particular expression of a complex, complex organic organism. And the Vajra represents also this. There's a clear division. You get 2 different poles. But what you see in the Vajra, those poles are united, and yet they're quite separate. We see that on our spiritual life, or even just on our human life. In order to grow, we need to first become ourselves. From birth, we are separated from the body of our mothers to become our own self. Taking that further, I love Bhante's expression of becoming a true individual, or like in Jungian psychology as well, that there needs to be a process of individuation. I can't quite say, yes, that's what I was trying to say. Individuation, thank you. As Bhante also said, we need to first be a happy and healthy human being before trying to do substantial growth, substantial spiritual development. In a way, in Gautama's life, perhaps we see that through first just having gone through particular extremes or conditions of way of beings, one from being quite protected from the world, from the suffering particularly perceived by engaging with death and illness and old age. You see his father trying to protect him from this. But then seeing that protection, that alienation from relating with those aspects of life was limiting. So he had to leave that from that very protected situation to seek the truth. And in trying to doing that, he engaged in extreme asceticism. Tried to, on one, he kind of perhaps overprotected his life and his body, to try to take it to its limits in order to see if that was an obstacle from the truth and see the truth more clearly. And obviously that didn't work. So as Stereojoti just mentioned, he started to look after himself a little bit and his body, and actually noticed that it was through awareness and with awareness, with mindfulness, that I don't quite wanted to use that word, but because it's oversimplify nowadays, but trying to bring a different aspect of awareness and engaging with the world is through, while looking after his body, by engaging with what he encounters in a particular broader, mindful way, is that he could see through the polarity, through the conditioning. So we have quite naturally that process, and we see that in the universe, in this individuation almost, and this creation of particularities, and in this multiplicity and richness of the universe. Just creating, exploring beauty, exploring life, exploring growth, striving to growth and movement towards light and truth. It's quite a natural, in this natural process or evolution of consciousness, we see also this longing almost to go beyond that as well, to see through that. The Buddha talked in terms of, at the point of awakening, one of the things he expressed to have experienced is to see through, or to see the house builder. The house builder been an image of perhaps like what his father was first doing, just like this, creating this selfing in a narrow, independent, separate, perhaps fixed, solid way of living or being in relationship with the rest of the world. So going back to this natural growth that we have to do just even as human beings, we try to first become ourselves, or become a person, a happy and healthy person. But it's a trap as well on this extreme, where we can then become self-centered, so quite fixed about ourselves and the definite other. We, in a way, from practical ways, we learn to engage with the world as other, and us as definite entities or things in this world. We're separate. And we have to, even in our mutual interaction, we have to say, oh, hi, my name is Sangadara, I like this and that, and what do you like, what's your name? Allows me to know how to interact with you. We can believe that in a almost ultimate way, even though it's quite a practical, quite useful way of navigating the world. It also limits how we engage, and also limits us from seeing what is also really happening. I guess what I'm sharing is also kind of a reflection from, I think, the last talk I gave here a year and a half ago on Sangha Day, of where I try to argue that reality is by nature relational. So things don't encounter things. An encounter happens, and things are to be almost described or identified in this encounter. So right now, it's not purely that I am. Well, it's conventionally, I suppose I could say that I am here talking to you, and you're definitely out there, and I'm definitely over here. But what is happening is that I am manifesting in a particular way because of where we are, what we're celebrating, the way my mind is inclined to think and trying to articulate in the basis of Buddha Day. Yeah. I'm talking to you in English, which is not the first tongue I learn. So it's so I am manifesting in relationship to what is happening. It's just context in a way. There's no things in context. There's just context, and I am manifesting in this context. So the journey that basically was meant for the Buddha's awakening to happen is that the whole of the universe had to allow that division to emerge, that individuation of both singular consciousness and entities and lives to emerge. But then what the Buddha's awakening marks is that coming back from, having done this journey of everything happening into individual little things, and then back into actually not being individual things, not being independent. One of the ways that he articulated this, I believe, is through pratitya samuppada, that sometimes I don't like any of the translations, unfortunately, but that's what we've got, which is interconnectedness or co-production. But I think what he was articulating is that there is no separate things. It's quite hard to articulate this because language itself is formed by things. So we have to engage with these words with their poetic, symbolic meaning, which is what lingers in between, beyond, or above the words themselves. As Dayanandi mentioned this morning, there's an aspect of reality which just like this image of the pony or the horse and the cart, and actions, consequences seem to follow like the cart follows the wheel follows the horse. That's right. But if you see that image, they're not really separate. If they were separate, the wheel wouldn't move. They are even connected. It doesn't quite do it. And it's not like A and then B and then C. It's not like the horse, the wheel, and it's actually, there is a flow. There's absolute no separation on what we're experiencing to be the horse and the wheel. Oh. So yeah, he said, things, when this arises, that other thing arises. When that ceases, this other thing ceases. There is just flow. But there is something gained. I was having a chat yesterday with ChatGPT about this, and I was trying to explore this significance of why would the universe, from trying to do this journey from everything coming from one thing into a divided, multiplicity of universe, this rich, diverse world with motion, stillness, with good, evil, with subject, object, with all its dualities, go back into this apparent whole, where things are not separate, when things are not things. Why doing this journey? And there is something gained from this, from going through that journey. I think Ranaguna talks in terms of when it's to transcend something, it's not really fully leaving behind. It's having gone through. I just remember this image that he gives. It's like when I think a farmer is asking another farmer, how big is your land? What part is what land? Which one is your land? I said, do you think this field? So is this field, and passing this field, what's beyond that field? And it's something like, even though you have to pass the first field to get a sense of its whole thing, you're going to have to, I'm trying to say that you have to leave behind the field, but it's not leaving it behind altogether. It's just like also kind of, that is also included as part of reality. So in this journey of individuation, you also gain the richness of everything. So seen through the delusion of self, through this housemaking, this narrowing, which as we do as an adult, what you gained as a more grown-up, mature, emotionally intelligent adult is both taking yourself with love and care, but not just that. You extend that to others. And because you know that actually you are not separate from others. Actually, the way you engage with others is what makes you. What you engage with makes you. And in a way, that's what Buddhism is about. We are, if you see it as a practice or as a path, is being in clear and effective relationship with growth, with truth, with love. The Buddha himself, even after his awakening, he was in relationship to the Dhamma. He placed himself in reverence to the Dhamma, the truth. and how he expressed that was through being in relationship with other people. He spent the rest of his 40 years of life or plus, we don't exactly know, of course, communicating the truth, communicating and creating context for others to practice and be in relationship with truth, with growth, with love, with freedom. Even after seeing through conditioned existence, he also looked after himself. He was definitely more of a quiet introvert guy. Sometimes be like, nope, I'm going to the forest. He was aware of. He had a particular character. I don't think talking about Myers-Briggs, it's not that he would probably have a definite fixed Myers-Briggs or all of the Myers-Briggs. He was, as his particular character, he was probably with tendency and preferences, but he wouldn't be limited and fixed on his character. Yet, yeah. So he was in the world, but not of the world. That allowing him to respond creatively, more compassionate. So yeah, I was reflecting about some of these things with ChatGPT, and it was really good because he's very articulate sometimes. More and more, I don't do words very well. I think of images. I think what I'm trying to articulate right now is the symbolism of the Vajra and the Vajrasana and the Bodhi tree, right? So all the little words I'm trying to put in order to communicate to you is the meaning of Vajrasana in the Bodhi tree and transcendence and the Vajra, okay? But ChatGPT only knows language, so it's very good. Talking about love, and love as love being, or compassionate, metta. Yeah, let's call it metta. I can call it metta here. Metta or Maitri, what the Buddha's emotional, if you want, quality or temperament. Love itself, metta itself, being relational. There's no metta individuated. It's only metta in relationship with others. Metta in itself is relational. I believe reality is intrinsically relational. So ChatGPT, on this paraphrasing, he said something like, I love to take credit for this, but it's not really me. Though, I guess he said it in relationship with me, so we encounter it together. He said, if reality is intrinsically relational, so metta, which is the recognition and response to that relationality, is not just a feeling, but it's a kind of ontological clarity. So boundless metta is the awakened mind's way of seeing things as there is just, there's no separate things, only relationships. So love, metta, is not a sentimental, good way of being, or even pleasant. It comes from a recognition of this real, not real separateness. To hurt you is hurting me. What we do with this to this world is to do it to us, because we are in this world. And teaching the intro course at the moment, and we see this battle of actually our minds and the body. It's like, I can't really be in my body. Like we do separate our minds and ourselves from our bodies sometimes. Well, most of us culturally, we we talk about our body as this independent thing that we're in. We don't even inhabit, we're just in it. And we can fix it and we use it in order to navigate the world. So we're like these little aliens behind our three eyes. I'm just thinking, Men in Black, see this little. I really think just in images too. I have no idea what's going on in my mind. Yeah, but it's really not like that, So a lot of the Buddha's teaching for the following 40 years really was just trying to articulate and creating practices, and actually the whole of Buddhist tradition, including ours, and including what we try to do here at the Buddhist Center, is just this constant creation or articulation of things that allows us to encounter this truth through our engagement with ethics, through engagement with meditation, through engagement with thought and philosophy, Buddhist doctrine, if you want, is trying to do that journey that the Buddha really kind of fully did by himself at that point. He did that journey of individuation and back into seeing things as they really are, but from a whole new place, that hasn't happened in the history of this universe. I find quite interesting, like that, even the history of the universe, you kind of get moments of heat and expansion, and then cooling and retraction. So, and then perhaps on the back into, actually, and there's theorists on physics that they say, they think that maybe the universe eventually starts again contracting and going back to that small point of Big Bang. So, but anyway, in this particular expansion, probably of the universe and consciousness itself, what the Buddhist awakening represents is that point of consciousness is not just divided, is back into relationship and back in awareness with reality. So it's a big thing. And the fact that he did that allows us to have ways of articulating. We have poetry, we have practices, in order to kind of get a glimpse of that, get a taste for that, to then fully inhabit that perspective. So even the truth, he didn't, he said he didn't make it. It was discovered, it was revealed. And that's why my preferred way for awakening is awakening, not enlightenment. Even though enlightenment kind of almost does it, but awakening is just you wake up, you open your eyes. And enlightenment, sometimes it does that. Something that was in darkness suddenly is clear, is light. So anyway, what he did, it actually allows to allows us to that much, but we still have to see through our own conditionality. But as being a happy and healthy human beings, but then seeing through the delusions of self, the contraction of self-centeredness, and into metta, into boundless love. He also expressed that what he opened was the door to the deathless. And I love this image, and I'll finish with that, but what he won was the battle against Mara. And Mara often described as death, right? What Mara means is death, but it's not death as what he was. It wasn't clearly the physical death, because he was like, I'm willing to die. So he was almost inviting death in that way. It's not death. Well, how I like seeing Mara is just the death, not the end of life, but the opposite of life, the opposite of growth, the opposite of transcendence, the opposite of this exploration, aspiration, or movement towards truth, freedom, metta, relationality. So Mara being death is just like this, anti-growth. Banter once said, like, he also see things as alive, but he found particularly difficult to imagine plastic being alive, having consciousness. So then I imagine Mara to be almost like this burnt black lump of plastic, right? So that's like just where life doesn't take place, the end of growth, where nothing can grow. So I think Mara represents that, just this plastic. It's just like, and also, and you can see that contraction, that lack of wanting to grow. There's this kind of a familiarity of the solidity that plastic offers, isn't it? And the utility, but it's just limiting. It's not life, it's not growth, it's not beauty. And that's important for us. We need to respond to that, strive to that, explore that, express that. So what the Buddha did through that sitting at the center of the universe, to transcend duality, transcend conditioned existence. What he did, and I imagine this, another image for you, if you like Philip Pullman, just like when with the knife, when you open the gate to a different dimension, just like that energy that's just released. It's almost like that kind of had to open the door, and he opened the door to the deathless, because nothing dies, but there is just life, there's just growth, there's just relationality, there's just metta. I'll stop there. I hope I've evoked some of the importance or significance of Gautama's awakening, and we get to celebrate that today, mark that today, and be in relationship with, be in relationship with each other. So just because Josh asked me if I was going to have questions, I thought that'd be great. So I'll allow. We'll have maybe 10 minutes if there's any questions. If not, we're gonna break us into a little reflection time. So, but just invite any questions. Yeah.
I might be misremembering this.
Oh yeah, there's some.
I might be.
Oh, nice.
Oh, right. I might be misremembering what you said. I think you said something like acknowledging the truth of conditionality led to metta as a form of ontological clarity. Am I getting that right? Was it conditionality?
Yes, I guess it's the ontological, for those that don't know what kind of that word means. It's like what's ultimate, what's primordial almost in the universe. And so I think metta is perhaps is how it's experienced, how seen reality, how seen conditionality is experienced. So when you see this mutual, just that everything is relational, that's experienced as metta or with metta. This is kind of, I said metta is this recognition and this response to reality. Is that helpful? I'm trying to articulate it in different ways, but I don't think.
Yeah, I think so. I think I wanted to ask you to flesh out the connection between the two, because sometimes I'm able to kind of intellectually acknowledge the relationality of everything, but it doesn't always naturally give rise to metta, in my experience at least. Sometimes it does, but... Maybe it's
Perhaps perhaps we can go at it via negativa. I suppose what impedes metta, it's either hyper-focus on a particular thing or experience and reacting to it. So which is either by grasping it with desire or by aversion. So that's kind of that particular, and in that particular reaction, it's quite a narrow, there's a solidification, I suppose. There's a separation, I suppose. So so it would be quite hard to see from conditionality to metta, because conditionality even is expressed as, things are connected to these things, this thing, then that happens. While actually what metta is just by seeing just the relationship itself. So in a way, it's a kind of, it's shifting from, left hemisphere thinking, which is just kind of separate, individuated kind of way, into a right one, which is more, the relational. So it's harder to focus, I suppose. If you have two things, instead of looking at one thing and then the other, what you need to do is like what's in between, which is like, it's way subtler. But it's just, that's, so it's kind of, it's a shift of focus. It's a way, we need to engage, other way of attending, But in a way, they are kind of connected. Because, with language and with others, it's hard to talk about relationality without the things that are related, And yet, relationality is primary, But once you realize that that's what's actually happening, and that there is just flow, there's just connection. It would be fool try to stop that or alienate ourselves from that relationality. So from that sense, metta that's why it's kind of ontological clarity. As Venerable ChatGPT said it. So I discussed myself with that joke. But it's good. Yeah, is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Another question, if any? Okay, so for the next, now what we're going to have is a small period of reflection, which you already go ahead of it. I think you can see you're already reflecting. I hope I'm projecting. So what we'll do for the next 15 to 20 minutes, and I'll ring the bell at the end, is we're going to reflect. Actually, I'll invite as well to see if they've got a different idea. But basically, what we've got is body leaves. So there's the tree of life, where this is our tree of life, our body tree. These are body leaves. That's the shape of a body leaf. And and we're gonna be offering this at the puja later, as already somewhat demonstrated. And so you can use these leaves to reflect on what we've been talking about, or what I've tried to articulate. And thinking, well, what I want us to do, I suppose, is somehow like, it's in the area of wishes and aspirations. So both what we respond to, what we long to ourselves, what we respond to, or spiritual ideals, which I imagine is connected with what we want for the rest of humanity. So something in that space. It's quite open, quite broad. Could be a little drawing. Could be a word. Could be, and because we'll be offering it to the shrine, we'll be offering to awakening. We'll be putting it in the Vajrasana. So we wanted to kind of, from that place to radiate. Okay, so yeah, we want to think about ourselves. We want to think about all beings. You know. So, yeah, how does that sound? Is that clear enough? What do you think? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Damn, microphone makes it more scary. Yeah, I was really appreciating your imagery, particularly of the plastic of Mara, and then perhaps the other side of that being the tree of life and being awakening, and how those two are quite strong images. So I was wondering if that could be a potential for the reflection, is to think about those black plastic maras in life that might be holding us back, and that could be something you reflect on one side of the Bodhi leaf, and then on the other side, the moving towards the tree of life and awakening, and what that means to you. So I think that's in line with what you were suggesting as well, but those are the two images that came to mind.
Perfect, yeah, excellent. So during time, there is some pens and some Bodhi leaves in the shrine room. So come and collect one, and we'll start. We'll break for lunch at 1:10, and we'll have until, I believe, until 1:15. So we'll have a bit more than an hour. 2:15, sorry, yeah. I'm also dyslexic, so I say one thing, I mean another. Yes, and the other thing else I'd say is I also have this little prayer mantra, that you can also hang at the Buddha tree, okay? And this, I'm not going to talk about it because it could be another talk, but actually I'm not even going to translate it. For those of you who know it, this says, Om Shvavava Shudha Sarva Dharmaha Swavava Shudho Hung, okay? Yeah, I'm not going to go into it. But if at any point during the day you feel like offering this to a shrine, you could do that. And once you're done with your leaf, take it, keep it for the puja later. But if you need to leave before that, you can also offer it to the shrine. So you're hanging it. We're going to hang it in any other branches around the place, okay? And so we have some of this. And also, if you want to, I did like 100 of this. If you want to take one of these later as a bookmark, I thought it might be nice. It could be also used. The last thing also I said, I didn't have time to tie it 100 knots. So the strings that are there, they're not tied up. So your only task will be to tie the knots on the string. Okay. So we'll do this in contemplation, in reflection mode. So let's not break into chatter. Thank you very much. So yeah, come and grab a leaf, or I think, Fee's also going around with them.
All sitting comfortably. Very warm welcome back, or a very warm welcome if you've arrived since the morning. I'll just give you a little arc of the afternoon. So Vashankar and I, Lokeshvara, have got a couple of questions for you this afternoon, which we're going to suggest that you get into 3s or 4s a bit later in order to have some discussion. So this section will have a little conversation just to preface that, and then we'll have a bit of time in those 3s and 4s, a little break, and then a puja. I suspect that means the puja can start a little bit earlier. This section here will be about an hour. So I think we can probably start the puja at 3:45. So if you remember that, because after we've done our little groups thing, it will just go straight into a tea break. So if you will just remember 3:45. There are still lots of Bodhi leaves down here on the shrine, and if you weren't here this morning, then they are an invitation to write an aspiration, something you want to move towards or something you want to leave behind. And you can take or write on one of those after this section or any time before the puja or even during the puja. And then the idea is that in the puja we're going to offer them by hanging them up in the branches of the Bodhi tree or the Bodhi tree wood as we're making or Sanghadhara has created. So we're going to continue this, that the questions that we want to ask you very much follow on the theme from this morning of looking at the Vajrasana, the place of enlightenment. And we are going to invite you to consider the Vajrasana both as inner and outer. And so it means this symbol, if you like, of the place where the universe condenses and the place where the Buddha gains enlightenment. So it has a cosmological definition. But also, in a sense, through Buddhist practice, we ourselves become the Vajrasana. In Buddhist language, that means we become the refuges ourselves. And Sangharakshita describes such a person, if you like, as a true individual. And Sanghadhara mentioned this this morning. A true individual. It's a very evocative term. And although true individuals means somebody who's prepared to stand alone if they need to, it also means somebody who cooperates with others to create spiritual community. And so the outer Vajrasana, if you like, is the space in which we gather together, just as Sthirajyoti showed us pictures of a Bodh Gaya as the Vajrasana and is this place where people gather from all over the world. So, but it's not just a physical space, it's also the atmosphere that we create among us and what Bhante would call based on friendship. Sangharakshita would call based on friendship. So we've got 2 questions that we want you to consider, and we're just going to have a little conversation together to sort of, just to kind of give a little bit of content for that. So the first one is very simple. What's your inner Vajrasana? So what that means is, what's the thing that gives you confidence or the perspective or the belief? In other words, the still point within you which you can integrate around. So what is it? What's your inner Vajrasana? What is it that is really important to you and that provides that which you can kind of, everything else can integrate around in your life? And then secondly, what's the outer Vajrasana for you? But I want to phrase it like this. How do you like to gather a community? So, and we phrased it like that because we want to get across the idea that creating a spiritual community is something that we all do. In other words, it's not just, say, here, the small team of people that run the Buddhist Center and provide activities in which you come and partake as passive participants. It's actually something that we create together. So how do you like to gather a community? It's worth just thinking about that. So we've got these two questions, if you like. What's your inner Vajrasana and what's your outer Vajrasana? So I'm going to ask Vishankar a question. And there's a really beautiful segue I can make here because some of you may know and some of you won't know that Vishankar's just been on what he would call a pilgrimage in France. And you literally got back yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah.
And one of the ways in which Sangharakshita describes the true individual, somebody who has this inner Vajrasana, is an artist. He thinks that an artist is either an approximation or even, say, a manifestation of this idea of a true individual. So I want to begin by asking you, because you've been to these extraordinary places, especially this chapel created by Matisse, how you think about this idea of the artist and the true individual and the spaces that they create.
I'll try and do this in a very short space of time, which feels difficult. I mean, I feel quite emotional, I think, sort of just thinking about sort of trying to put this into words. I mean, it's all very fresh for me, so I came back yesterday. Began in Paris, and I went to see the David Hockney retrospective in Paris, which was fantastic. And then got the train from Paris down to Nice, primarily to see this chapel that Matisse created, sort of decorated, but created. And I'll just put it into some context as briefly as I can. So some of you will know, but probably most of you won't know, that back in the 1980s I studied fine art. I was an artist. I am an artist in some way. And my big artistic hero at that time and has remained is Matisse. So if you don't know who Matisse is just one of the greats of modern art. He's on a par with Picasso. And Matisse, his work just really spoke to me when I was an art student and has just remained. And I was, the dissertation that I wrote in my fine art degree was about Matisse's last years. And I dug that out yesterday to reread it, and I'd forgotten how central this chapel was to that dissertation, because Matisse described that as his masterpiece. So, like Matisse was sort of very ill, near to death, about 10 years before he died, and miraculously sort of came through that illness, and felt like he had a new lease of life, and this sort of resulted in just this amazing body of work, which sort of culminated in this chapel. It sort of, he felt like it just brought all the things that he'd been looking at in his artistic life together in one place. And he created that for a small order of Dominican nuns, and one of the nuns had looked after him when he was ill. So it was his gift back to them, or to the nurse that, to the woman who nursed him. And yeah, I mean, the chapel, I mean, it's hard to describe. The chapel's not much bigger than this place, than this room. But it was amazing to sit in that place, and there's basically 3 really beautiful stained glass windows and then 3 tiled murals. And interestingly, one of the murals is the Stations of the Cross. That's on the back wall. And Stirajyoti mentioned the Stations of the Cross this morning. And then facing it is this beautiful stained glass window called the Tree of Life, which Sangadara spoke about this morning. So it felt very, very fitting that I was going to talk about this this afternoon. So that's sort of context. In relationship to the question, I think one of the things I'd been thinking while I was away is that I think without me really knowing what a true individual was when I was back in my 20s as an art student, Matisse was probably the first concrete example of a true individual. Somebody who'd really devoted his life to a vision, like an artistic vision, and did everything that he could to live that vision out. And so there was something very inspiring for me about seeing that dedication and that wholeheartedness. And of course, that's what we have in the Buddha, isn't it? It's somebody who did that too. So, yeah, it's no surprise. Here I am, sort of, 20, 30 years on from my 20s, following the path of a true individual, who communicated what he saw, and in my own way, I'm trying to live that out as best I can. I think part of what I felt in that chapel was that sense of centeredness, that sense of something felt really integrating for me, sat in the chapel. It felt like the threads in my life came together in that point. And even though it's a Christian place, I felt really in touch with the Buddha. And there were moments, it was quite a busy place. There was like school groups, there were really disinterested teenagers who were sat there with Italian teachers sort of talking at them, and the kids sort of just looking around. But then there were some really moving moments where one of the school groups just chanted the Lord's Prayer in Italian, and I felt really moved by that. And then there were some people who came into the chapel and did the sign of the cross. And again, I just felt really moved by that. And then there were 2 or 3 moments where I was just in the chapel on my own, and I started to chant the Shakyamuni mantra, and the acoustics in the chapel are so beautiful that it felt like, here's my Vajrasana, here's my centre, here's my version of the Lord's Prayer, here's my version of doing the sign of the cross. Yeah. So I'm aware that when I was away, you went on an order weekend at Padmaloka. And Padmaloka, if you've not been there, has a shrine room where an artist called Arloka has created a shrine to dwell in, to sit in. And he's a friend of yours, isn't he, Arloka? Yes. And you visit him quite regularly. Yeah. And you did
on the way home.
And I just wondered what that experience was like.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say, by the way, before I answer that question, it's been very moving, almost like just bearing witness to Vashankar's journey going there, because he did a very lovely thing, which was send back a whole load of little videos and photos to our Heart Cooler WhatsApp, which is basically the Buddhist Center team. So we got updates like pretty much each day. So we could sort of, I don't know, there was something going on that journey, by proxy, as it were, which was really delightful. And then we had some voice message exchanges as well, and I could hear the emotion in your voice, when you were outside the chapel or outside the Chagall Museum, which you also went to. But yes, so I went to visit my friend Arloka. So he's an order member, if you don't know him, and some of you will. He's an artist, right? So he has created this gorgeous, rich space at this retreat centre where I used to live, and that's how I got to know him. But Arloko, I went to, it's not the first time he said this to me, but he said these, almost exactly these words. He said, I just moved the paintbrush. Actually, that shrine room is created by community. And I was like, in fact, sometimes when I've heard him say that before, I've said, yeah. Do you really mean that? Or are you just like, it's your experience, it's your training, it's your talent. But he really means it. He keeps saying it, right? And it's like every time it just goes in a little bit deeper, that actually it's a community that creates spaces. That's why I preface this session saying we're not all just passive recipients when we come to Buddhism. We all act to create the space and to create the atmosphere. And it isn't, it's not just a superficial thing at all. So Arloko says, and he has had a traditional Western artistic training, and he's immersed himself in Buddhist iconography. So sure, he can do something that not very many other people can. But he says it's created out of the communication I've been having for the last 30 years with all of the people in that community who use that space and so on. So that really stays with me, right? It's a dialogue. I think it speaks to what you were talking about it's not things, it's the space between them and the relationship. So that's worth really taking in to our hearts about how we connect with each other, and that there isn't really an isolated personal human growth. I don't think it actually really exists. Like even the hermits of Tibet who spend 12 years in retreat, their testimony is often they spend all their time thinking about the people in their lives, right? It's a big part of their practice. It's a big part of my practice when I go away. I will be thinking about the people I know. So, Arloko says, no, I'm really embedded in a community dialogue. But I certainly think of him as a true individual. But again, not just because he's an artist. I think of it because he has actually, he's taken in something very deeply of the Dharma. Like I see him as someone who does have a very strong inner Vajrasana. There is some kind of integration that's happened. And he always says to me, so you think of artists as being creative people. There is a but in there. He says the most creative thing any of us can do is help to create a community. That's the most creative act of anybody, of any human being, is to create a community. And I must say that it speaks so deeply to me, that does. And I mean, this is just a personal invitation, right, to think of yourselves as creative people, right? I mean, I actually know quite a high proportion of our community because of my former roles. It's an incredibly creative community. It's an incredibly talented community. And, it may not be we're published authors or, exhibited artists, but actually we create something. We create something together. And that's an invitation that I want people to have ways of expressing that in their life, right? So you're prepared to stand alone, but you do it in collaboration and cooperation with other people. Now, other people can be bloody difficult, right, as well. So it's not an easy job, that. But there's some magic that comes about when you're willing to really engage with people, really engage with who they are, and bring yourself in as well. Bring your own individuality into that conversation. Don't leave yourself out, but also take them into account. There's some magic. So for me, these questions are absolutely vital. Before we get on to all the questions about what are we going to do with this centre and so on, it's like, can we understand, have some sense of understanding the nature of spiritual community amongst us? That's what we need to do. And I have to say that someone who really, I think, have a very deep intuitive sense of this is you, Vishenka, when in our conversation. So if you don't mind me asking you one more question, I wonder whether you can bring together your experience of the Sangha, being in Triratna, you're also, as an artist, also with this inspiration of Matisse and other, you mentioned to me Chagall, Blake, some others, and what they how they speak to you about the nature of spiritual community.
I mean, as you were talking, I was thinking again about Matisse and the chapel, and there are these exhibition spaces connected to the chapel which show the preparatory drawings. And one of the things I was really struck by was, like, there's a quote from Matisse that says something like, because Matisse was he was raised Catholic, I think, and then sort of didn't renounce it, but didn't practice. And I think he famously said, do I believe in God? Yes, when I'm painting. But to depict the Stations of the Cross, he got people to read the sections of the Bible to him. He wanted to enter deeply into those symbols and those signs and those stories. So again, it's relational. I was really struck by that it wasn't just he wasn't just on his own. He was doing it with others. He was creating this thing with others. It was his artistic vision, but it was very much in dialogue with others. And I was minded of something that Bhikkhu Bodhi said in a book that I've got about Sangha. And he said something like, the Buddha wasn't just a solitary wanderer. He didn't just communicate the Dharma to others and then leave them to it. He created an intentional community. And there's something, I think, really striking about how what we've got in Buddhism is that we've got these sort of central figures, these, the Buddha as the primary source, but then these teachers, and that Sanghas gather around them, and that's what we have here in Triratna, isn't it? It's like Sangharakshita is our founding teacher, our root teacher, and the Sanghas gathered around Sangharakshita and has developed. And again, I was struck in France, so I met with Parvaka, who's the Mitra convener at the Paris Centre. So we spent a day together. You're his private preceptor, so so there's a lovely connection there, our shared friendship. And I meditated in the Paris Centre on Monday afternoon. And then Parvaka put me in touch with a Mitra who's asked for ordination, who lives in Nice, the only Triratna person in Nice, as far as I'm aware. And we met up, and he just started talking with some colleagues who were interested in meditation, and this sort of nascent group has started to form around him. So I think there were a few things that struck me about that. One is that I can go to another country and I can make connection with other people in the same community. And that feels really significant and special. That there's something central that we're in relationship to, but our geographical place is there's quite a lot of distance. And France is obviously, it's a big country, so Parvaka's up in Paris and then Arrigo is down in Nice. Yeah. So even in France, it's like the geographical spread is wide, but we could connect. We could share something of our lives in spite of our. I mean, I speak absolutely no French.
You did say bonjour in one of your messages.
I said bonjour, and that's the limit, really. I mean, going for a meal it was a nightmare because I had to use Google Translate so much. But, in spite of language difference, in spite of geographical difference, we could connect. And the thing that really struck me about Arrigo is he's there on his own, and there is something quite determined about him in quite a gentle way. He wasn't willful at all, but he just kept doing what he needed to do to just be in connection with others about the Dharma. And I thought that was quite amazing, really. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, even in that example, I think you have, so say you take Erigo, who I don't know, I've heard Parvaka talk about him. Even there, you can sort of see get a sense of what a true individual is, because, you know, he's sort of more or less on his own, but he seeks out a context and he's trying to gather one around him where he is. You know, so there's something about that. He's prepared to stand for his values. So, you know, it's quite hard doing that. I'm sure some of us sometimes are in contexts where we're not with people who share our values. And actually we have to have a bit of an anchor to stand our ground, as it were, with courtesy and everything else. But, you know, there's something quite strong and it's worth really doing that, actually, and worth building this sort of resilience. And that's the inner aspect, right? And we become the refugees. But then also, yeah, just to try and gather a community. You know, what other purpose is there, really? You know, it's just such a beautiful and important thing to do. So I think that's our invitation, right, is to spend a bit of time this afternoon in groups of 3 or 4 and just have a go at these questions. And they may be quite straightforward for you, or you may riff off what you hear from somebody else. But what is it that's really feels really central to you that you can rely on in yourself? Where do you draw your confidence? Like, what's your belief or perspective, your still point, your inner Vajrasana? And then secondly, how do you manifest the outer Vajrasana? And how would you like to gather a community? How would you like to gather a community? So, you know, what we suggest is you've got 20, 25 minutes to do that. And that will just naturally, at some point, you'll come to a natural, whatever, conclusion. If there's anything that you think, oh, this might be interesting for other people to hear, jot it down on a bit of paper, right, and give it to us. Yeah, I'm always interested. We haven't got time to do a big plenary today, but just jot down any interesting answers or reflections that you have. Just go into, you know, have a tea break or whatever you want to do, and then we'll come back here for, you know, again, another important thing of gathering together is to have a collective ritual. So we'll do that ritual. Don't forget the Bodhi leaves if you want to take one. You're welcome to stay in here, but you're welcome to spread out. You know, if you find 2 or 3 other people to gather together with, and then you can also spread out around the building as well. It'd be a bit noisy, I imagine, if we all stayed in here. Yeah, is that clear for everyone? Inner Vajrasana, outer Vajrasana, 20 to 25 minutes, cup of tea, back here at 3:45. And thank you, Vashankar.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
What do you want to do? Should we just let them do the thing and we won't do it here? Yeah, okay. Yeah, very good. I wanted to get you into Chagall as well, but I just thought it's probably a bit much just for one short session.
Well, the interesting thing about Chagall is that the museum is a set of biblical paintings, but there was something about it. I liked the paintings, but I didn't like the space. And I felt like, it's like the inner Vajrasana is there, but the outer isn't.
Yeah.
It's too much like an exhibition space for those paintings.
Yeah. Whereas how you describe that Buddhist chapel.
Thank you.
Am I on? Yeah, good. So thank you for being here rather than out in the sun. So I offered to lead this puja a bit late notice because I've been a bit involved in the family Sangha stuff, and it's really great to have a inclusive puja. So Sagadara said, is there anybody who you know who could do that? And I was like, oh, I could do that, I suppose. So here I am. So once every 6 weeks, we're having a family-friendly puja. So that's for everybody. So that's not just for families, it's for everybody who wants to come along to that. And so if you're someone who has got kids or knows kids, sort of come along to that. And if you're somebody who just likes having these inclusive sort of kids around pujas, then come along too. So there are some people that come who don't have anything to do with kids, they just like it. We're going to start with a bit of movement with Tanya. She does some movement. Do you want me to describe it as movement? Qigong, self-shiatsu, something like that. She does a bit of this for us at Buddhist North, which is absolutely great. So really appreciate her doing that. And it's really good before we sit and meditate or we sit and do a puja, if we can move around and the kids can join in with that. And just want to say, generally, it's fine if the kids want to move or the adults want to move during the puja as well. We've got a few little things for them to play with there to keep them entertained. I guess if adults want little fiddle toys as well, you're welcome. What else do I need to say? So you don't have to be perfectly quiet. We can't make kids perfectly quiet, can we? And that can be quite stressful as a parent if you're at a puja and you feel like you need to. You don't need to, that's fine. And we're blessed, a lot of us, with having learned to meditate in this centre, with all this noise going on. Drunk people walking down the road, the yoga upstairs. And actually, it's really great. It's just really great to have, the world's there when you're practicing. So I just want to welcome that, really. And we're going to use a puja from Dhiramatu, who used to live in Manchester for a long time. A lot of you will know him. And you can feel free to join in. You may have not been to a puja before. Just join in, listen, whatever you want. We're going to do some call and response. We're going to do the refuges in call and response. We're going to do mantras and offerings. There's more white hearts here that you can write whatever you want on, really. But suggestion is something you want to move towards, something you want to let go of on the other side. Kids can do another one. They've been doing that in the other room. And the puja itself is just quite poetic. And kids and adults, you don't have to understand it all. You just let it wash over you like a poem. And you might be really into images and have a lot of images in your mind, and that's all fine. But if you just got a felt sense of being here, practicing together, that's fine too. And if you're really bored, that's fine. It's all fine, basically. And just trust the process. That's what my 8-year-old tells me. I'm not quite sure where she got that from, not me. I think it must be off YouTube or something. So over to Tanya. Do I need to turn my mic off? Is it here? They're all a bit different. Is that it?
Mine is on. Is that good? Where's the camera for the zoomers? There. Oh, hi. Okay, great. So I'm Tanya, and this is Ayla. Ayla is going to help me. I would like to invite you, first of all, if you would mind standing up. That's all right. If you're able to stand. If you're not able to stand, you can stay seated. It's all right. So everything I'm going to say, it's an invitation. If you'd like to join in, you can join in. If it doesn't feel right for you, then just listen to your body and do what feels right for you. Okay, so first of all, I would like you just to stand there and connect. Think about your feet and how they meet the floor. So just take a couple of seconds to just stand, and then once your feet are connected to the floor, then connect with your head and see how that meets the sky above us. So just feel this connection of the sky above us and the earth below us, and we are kind of these beings in the middle. And the first invitation for the movement is going to be tapping or stroking. So, thank you, I've got little notes but my glasses not on. So if tapping feels all right, you can start by tapping your chest. Can you demonstrate? Thank you. Do you want to go in front of me? No. If tapping doesn't feel right, you can also stroke. I've got microphones, I'm trying not to get into the microphone. So just at the front of your body and then the back of your body. And then move into your buttocks. And you can be very energetic or you can be very gentle, depending on what feels right for you. You can also do this in pairs, as is being demonstrated. Front of your legs, and then back of your legs, and then down your arms, and up your arms, and shoulders. The shoulders carry a lot of weight, and the other arm. Just in whichever way feels good for you. Up your arm, shoulder again. And then you can give your neck a bit of a squeeze with one hand, with the other hand. And then you can do a bit of tapping or stroking with your head. You can tap gently. You can think of raindrops on your head. And then you can just energetically wash your face, front of your neck. And you can pull your ears. You can pull your ears up and out and then down. We've got loads of acupressure points on our ears. So again, if you fancy doing it in pairs, that can be done. Great. And then just see how that lands with you. And then we can go into the second movement, which is, you're welcome to get some, what are they called? You're my assistant, can you hand them out? Any children or anybody who would like some? So maybe we need to go this way, because there are quite a few of us. Right, so maybe Ruben would like one? Or this little girl would like one? Scarf? Yeah? Just little ones. There you go. Maybe Ruben would like one. And there is just a very gentle bounce of your knees when, so feel your arms kind of really heavy and allow your shoulders to feel the movement of the arms. And if you can, once you get into it, if you can allow it to go, to feel into your knees and your legs, and just allow your body to follow the movement of the arms. And once you got the movement going, then connect with your breath. Where is your breath? Is it up in your chest or is it down into your belly? Thank you. And there is no right or wrong way of breathing. Just notice what your breath is doing. And then once that you got tired of that, then just let it settle. And then we're going to integrate you. So you gather your practice, the benefits of your practice, and you bring them into the center of your body. And just remember that initial connection between the heaven and the earth. And then, I've got another couple of minutes? Yeah, okay. And the third movement I would like to invite you in is, Ayla calls it the kissing of the sky and the earth. So you think about, you start with your left hand, so I'll mirror you. You kiss the sky with this hand, and you kiss the earth with the other hand. And then they go into a circle, and then you repeat with the other way. The other, you basically swap hands. That's it. So that's the movement. And there is a bit of a breathing in as you kiss the sky and the earth, and a breathing out. Are you going to demonstrate? Rhythm. You can do it at my pace. Your pace might be faster or slower. And this is an earth practice. So it's really helpful if you've got a very busy mind. It helps your mind settle and bring it into balance. And then see just how that feels in your back. And if you can connect with this original connection we had with the earth at the beginning of this movement session. And then when you've done equal, you basically finish with your right hand. You bring both arms down, and then you again bring the benefits of your practice into your body. And then just to finish off for half a minute, we can do the hugging of the tree. So we've got these lovely branches here. So you just imagine that you've got this lovely tree in front of you. And again, think about that initial connection, your head and your feet. Your head is connected to the sky. Your feet are connected to the earth. And you've got this lovely tree in front of you. And you're just hugging the tree or the person that you've got in front of you. And then connect with your breath. And then you can integrate that as well. When you've had enough, you bring the benefit of that practice into your central channel, and then you close. You bring all of that into your belly, your hara. Thank you. Thank you.
Look at the tree.
Yeah, let's go to the tree. Okay, let's go sit down.
bringing that touching the earth into puja to Shakyamuni. Thank you, Tanya. So in call and response to the source of awakening, Shakyamuni. I bow. To the jewel of compassion, the Buddha. I bow. To the one who brings peace. I bow. To the courageous one, I bow. To the heart of kindness, I bow. To the healer of sorrows, I bow. To the flower of beauty, I bow. To the joyful one, I bow.
Buddha, sitting beneath the tree for 7 days, realizing the bliss of nirvana, staring at the tree, for 7 days more circling the tree, walking the path of the universe, following the path of the sun, holding them all in himself, the centre. The tree with its branches in the heavens, its roots deep in the earth, snakes coil at its roots, birds sit in its branches. Its form embraces all beings, all worlds, all life, all the elements, here at the centre of the cosmos. Shakyamuni sits, earth, body, sky, mind. Buddha, born at the foot of the world's tree, sitting in meditation in the shade of the rose apple tree, awakening beneath the Bodhi tree, circling the tree of awakening, peacefully dying beneath the tree. Tree whose roots plunge deep, whose flowers are ethics, whose fruit is Dharma. Buddha sat beneath the tree, transforming greed, hatred, and ignorance. The hub of the wheel is transformed, the wheel of life becomes the wheel of the Dharma. With his right hand he touches the various parts of his body, then gently touches the earth, calling the great goddess to witness. The earth trembles and shakes, the goddess appears and bows to the Buddha.
Whatever arises. He sits, he remains. Unwavering and full of love. Beneath the tree. Neither pushing away or pulling towards. Freed of self, everything flows. The heart opens. Free of attachment. To the flux of things. Fluid, changing, adaptable. Like the wind, free to flow. Like the wind, breath of life. Like a bird in flight. Graceful and light. Like the bird that sings. awakening to our senses, like the bird in the tree, completely at home with himself.
Om Muni Muni Mahamuni Shakyamuni Swaha. 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 Shakyamuni Swaha. Om Mani Mani Mahamani 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 Shakyamuni
I go for refuge to the selfless heart. To love, compassion, devotion. The grace of the Buddha. I go for refuge to the life-giving heart. Rushing, refreshing stream of knowledge. The wisdom of the Buddha. Appearing from the void, yet brilliant and vivid in form. Buddha of the light of wisdom. Buddha of unfailing compassion. Buddha of boundless energy. With all beings I go for refuge to you. Refuges and precepts in call and response. Anatipata. Actually, reverse. Sorry. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dhammang saranang gacchāmi. Sanghang saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchāmi. Tatyampi buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Tatyampi dhammang saranang gacchāmi. Tatyampi sanghang saranang gacchāmi. Anatipata. Veramini. Sikkhapadang. Sammadhiyami. Atinadana. Veramini. Sikkhapadang. Sammadhiyami. Musavada. Veramini. Sikkhapadang. Sammadhiyami. Suramadya. Maja. Hammadatana, Veramani, Sikapadang, Sammadhyami, Sadhu, 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 with deeds of loving kindness, I purify my body. With open-handed generosity, I purify my body. With stillness, simplicity, and contentment, I purify my body. With truthful communication, I purify my speech. With mindfulness clear and radiance, I purify my mind. Buddha of awakening. Touching earth, hand extended. Compassion embodied. Hand raised in front of his heart. All harmful demons dissolve. Hands folded in meditation. Unshakable Bodhi heart. Hands turning the wheel of the Dharma. Eternal liberation unfolding in time. The seed searches forth into life. The sap rises. The fruit and flower comes forth. The knowledge in each heart rises. Like the sun at dawn. He touches the earth. The Vajra strikes the earth. The land is fruitful. Earth made firm. The gift received. The way opened. The goddess rises to witness. Buddha out of compassion. Gazing upon the world. Responding with love. Opening the gates of vision. The mind of enlightenment, bodhicitta. Irresistible compassion bursts forth. An ocean of lotuses appear. The spirits, gods, and goddesses of all the world call out in joy.
Shakyamuni, Lord of Nagas, Lord of life-giving waters, the cosmic serpent of the waters, the streams, rivers, lakes, oceans, clouds and rain, waters of the earth, waters of the heavens, rising and falling waters, upwards and downwards flowing energies, rising up from the earth through the tree and drawn into the sky as clouds, the waters pass from form to formless, from formlessness to form again. It is dawn. The Buddha sits. The first golden rays of light touch his body. His body glows and radiates a soft, beautiful golden light of its own. He sits firmly at ease in full lotus. The posture upright, firm and deeply relaxed. Around him a calm and gentle aura of complete peace with a powerful vitality. His left hand rests in his lap, open, unfolded like the lotus. His right hand reaches down, palm inwards. The tips of his fingers lightly touch the earth upon which he sits. His whole figure conveys confidence, solidity, strength, and grace. He is gently smiling, his eyes half closed, half open, experiencing deep inner bliss and the outer flow of compassion together. The forest is still and silent, but alive and waiting. From his heart echoes the mantra embodying his wisdom. It fills space. It flows outward. It is carried everywhere to everyone. Om Mani Mahamani Shakyamuni Svaha. It is the seal of reality, unshakable certainty, tranquil steadying, each moment complete in itself. Weight and depth, lightness and clarity, lacking nothing, complete as it is, all reflected in the mirror of the mind.
Heart of emptiness. Look within yourself for this. All that you need is here. Buddha is vast, compassionate mind. Inseparable from us. Through the blessing presence of the Buddha. May I develop contentment. May I come back to my own experience. May I practice the teaching I have. May I help fill the world with loving kindness. May I cultivate positive states. May the great bodhicitta arise among us. Following the path of Shakyamuni. May I become a resource for all living beings. Devoting myself to the welfare of others. Whatever merit and value I gain from the Dharma. May it be a source of happiness and joy for others. May I release myself from my own selfishness and open my heart to the truth of compassion. May I always perceive the song of emptiness. In all things. In the winds. In the falling rain. In the sun's rising and setting. In the play of the clouds. In the changing patterns of light. In the sound of voices. In the touch of the body. In the scent of the flowers. In the taste of the food. May the gentle Dharma of Shakyamuni be heartfelt, seen and sensed in everything. May the dark, disturbing aspects of my mind be transformed by the Dharma, by the grace of the Buddha. May this restless, unfulfilled mind find peace. May the spiritual potential of all unfold like the petals of the lotus in the light of the Buddha's compassion.
Thank you, Nishlari, for this puja. And this is the closest to finish this Buddha Day. Just wanted to finish by thanking everyone that's been involved. Dayanandi, we started with evoking the Buddha. She walked us into the forest with the Buddha. Then we've had Sterajoti with images and stories evoking the place of Buddha's awakening. We've had when I've give a talk trying to evoke the importance of the moment of awakening in the history of humanity. We've had a conversation. Well, thank you for everyone that was involved with lunch and brought food to share. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Lokeshwar and Vishankar, to share yourselves and your reflections. Thank you for bringing your families. It's lovely, actually. It's been very good. It's a moment of Buddha feel. Bringing a bit of. Do you want to say something?
I just want to say thank you to you for organising it.
Yeah. Well, thank you also to create the shrine room as well. Thank you for turning up and making this day a celebration. I hope you enjoyed yourselves and getting something from it. But of course, yeah, this doesn't finish here. We'll feel like finishing with the transference of merit. So maybe we could do that in unison if you know it. Just as yet another reminder that we are, and it was mentioned in the puja, we are doing this for the benefit of all beings. So once we finish the transference of merits, we bow to each other, to the Buddha, and then we prepare ourselves to face the world, taking the consequences of our practice, of our aspirations, of our time together with us to the world. And as we go, you can, if you can help putting your things away, maybe Chandradeepa and others, if they know where they go, if you're in doubt, just look for people giving you instructions of where to put things. And you can, even on your way out, you can still make an offering to the Bodhi tree. I don't think we're taking it down for a few days. So if there's any last wishes or aspirations that you want to offer to the shrine, do that. Okay. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for turning up. And may these be for the benefit of all beings. Okay. In unison. May the merit gained in my acting thus go to the alleviation of the suffering of all beings. My personality throughout my existences, my possessions, and my merit in all three ways, I give up without regard to myself for the benefit of all beings. As the earth and other elements are serviceable in many ways to the infinite number of beings inhabiting limitless space, so may I become that which maintains all beings, situated throughout space, so long as soul have not attained to peace. Oh yeah, thank you as well, tech team and organizers as well, the center team. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.